We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. We've got 30 minutes to cover a Sunday card, which features one turf race. We are off the turf for the other two turf races. Races 4 and 6 are off the turf course, but the Root and Riddle Dowager Stakes does remain on the turf, and we'll get to those course conditions in just a bit. But rain's kind of gone away, at least for the time being, Gabby.
Yeah, I think we're going to be dealing with some spotty showers throughout the afternoon, but we have been pretty lucky so far in terms of the rain, so I think it's okay.
It's a big day here at Keeneland. Every day is a big day at Keeneland, but it is Heroes Day, and a lot of activities taking place over the course of the afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Yeah, all military, first responders, law enforcement officers, firefighters, EMTs, and healthcare workers and their families receive free general admission and access to reserved grandstand seating. This kind of hits home a little bit for me. My cousin is a Marine. My two brother-in-laws, firefighters, police officer. So it's really nice to be able to celebrate these individuals that keep us safe in the community here today at Keeneland.
And the sacrifices that their families make as well. So we thank you for that and enjoy a wonderful day of racing here at Keeneland on Heroes Day. Let's get into our social media and where you can give us follows on X at Keeneland Racing, on Instagram and Facebook via the handle at Keeneland. On X, you can also follow FanDuel TV Plus app. That's where you can catch the network action over on FanDuel TV via Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. And if you want our selections each and every race day, you have access to the Keeneland Race Day app. That's on your smartphone or tablet. So make sure you download that if you want to stay current on our selections each and every race day, as we're down to the final 5 race cards of the fall meet. We've got this day on this Sunday, and then we'll close out the fall meet with 4 race days next week.
Yep, final day is next Saturday, so we're kind of winding down. It's so funny. It feels like it goes kind of slowly, and then the last couple of weeks goes by very quickly.
Let's enjoy it while we have it. That is the key here at Keeneland. Let's look back to yesterday, starting with the Perryville Stakes. Barnes was very impressive for Zidane Racing and trainer Bob Baffert. I was way off base on this colt.
Yeah, I think this horse has probably bounced a little bit. Last time out, he put in a really big effort first off the layoff, but he was ready to rock and roll yesterday for trainer Bob Baffert. Solemn Vow took race number 7, and those Spendthrift Silks have been doing pretty well here during the fall meet.
It is insane. 7 for 7, right? That's the stat for Spendthrift Farm as they pick up another victory and another Keeneland sale grad. Theismann was very impressive. Bet down to the favorite at post time for trainer Peter Urton and CRK Stable.
He was really game on the inside. He had every opportunity to let that other horse pass him, but he was so game. It was a close call in the end, but he does hold on at the finish line, that Keeneland's sales graduate. And then we take a look at the Grade 2 Lexus Raven run and another horse race down to the finish, but it went to Kappa Kappa in the end for Butch Reed.
Got to give a lot of credit to Vodka with a Twist as well. They have campaigned that filly so well through the course of her career, but Kappa Kappa getting the victory in the sales ring, now a graded stakes winner, Grade 2 winner here at Keeneland. And Butch Reed and his wife, special moments down there in the winner's circle following that victory. There's something special about Keeneland. Vequist back in 2020 in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies here at Keeneland, and now picking up another win in a graded stakes race with Kappa Kappa. Irad's 4 in front of Luis Saez. He's 5 in front of Jose Ortiz in the jockey race, and Brendan Walsh, Brad Cox, still just 1 separating them in the trainer standings, and Steve Asmussen.
He's had a good meet.
Really good meet here at Keeneland Racecourse.
I saw it yesterday. He won one with his son, Keith Asmussen, who obviously is a Texas alum, and there's a little hook 'em horns action there in the winner's circle yesterday, but all in fun. And they got the win last night?
By 3. It was a hard fought game by both teams. UK hung in there, so they have a lot to be proud of.
It was a fun weekend, though. A fun Saturday, a fun Friday. We had a lot of football fans out here at Keeneland, and there was a lot of electricity here in Lexington.
Let's go to WKYT for the Sunday weather.
We have got a different setup for your day at the races here at Keeneland as we track some showers and storms sticking around for your forecast. One thing you'll definitely notice is cooler conditions and some stronger wind gusts. That's going to keep us cool and in the 50s by the time for that last post time. You might want to pack a poncho as you head out the door. These showers are going to be scattered, so it's not one big washout, but those winds have us feeling a little cooler as well. Don't worry, though. We still have another weekend to enjoy your day fully at the races, and hopefully next weekend it won't be so rainy.
And if you need any rain gear, just hit up the gift shop. They've got everything you need. Did you bring my umbrella?
I did not. That thing's long gone, Scott.
5 years.
It's time to stop bringing.
I know. I
It's
understand.
time to move on. I will bring you a new one.
Track conditions presented by John Deere. Sloppy main track, yielding for the Root and Riddle Dowager. The other two turf races come off. Races 4 and 6 off the turf course. Not a ton of scratches, though, on a day where when you see these conditions and races coming off the turf, you expect that. Nothing major really stands out.
And contrary to the program, the rail is at 20 feet for the featured race as well. So definitely take note of that.
Let's get into our featured event, race number 8, the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes on the yielding ground. And a pretty evenly matched group. Vive Vouv is the morning line favorite at 3-1 with Irad taking the call.
Yeah, stretching back out to 1.5 miles, but she's been able to go this distance at least one time before in the past, and that was right here at Keeneland. That was the first time that Joe Sharp trained her. She almost won, almost beating Boss Lady Bailey that day. Since then, she's cut back in distance, but I'll get to my thoughts in a second. Did you go in this direction?
I did not. I'm thinking outside the box here, and this is a race where Brendan Walsh has 3 horses in here. I go to Bless My Stars, the 6-year-old mare, the South African bred with German pedigree, Australian pedigree. I mean, this is just a blend of several continents and areas, if you will, when you look at this mare's pedigree. This is a mare. We're going to roll back one of her more recent races at Gulfstream Park. This is all the way back at the end of last year, which really got her campaign going, which has been very brief this year. She only had 2 starts. She ends up finishing 6th. This is the Swanee River. She was coming on late, going a mile, beaten by Be Your Best. Be Your Best would come out of this race, win the Pegasus World Cup Invitational, and then in May ship to Santa Anita and won the Grade 1 Gamely. I think the added distance is a big plus for this mare here today. And I'm not going to claim, Gabby, to be an expert in South African racing.
Okay.
But I've covered plenty of South African racing this year in conjunction with covering big race meetings in the UK on FanDuel.
Okay.
She's running some of the biggest races in South Africa in her career. This is going back to 2023. But you see the Group 1 or Grade 1 Durban July Stakes. That is one of the biggest races, if not the biggest race they have in South Africa. She was 3rd that day, going 1 mile and 3/8 on yielding ground. I don't think the ground's going to be a problem. I don't think the distance is going to be a problem. And Johnny Velasquez, what's he won? 6 stakes races this meet here at Keeneland?
Yeah, it's been unbelievable.
So I'm going with Bless My Stars on the step up and trip, and I think she handles these conditions. The number 2 horse, Spanish Eyes for Brendan Walsh. Here's a German-bred filly by a French stallion out of an Irish-bred mare, another blend here.
You're going global today.
Look, stamina is, I've said this before, when you've got German breeding, the breeding is all about stamina. Mm-hmm. So 1.5 miles shouldn't be an issue for this mare here today, or this filly, I should say, for Qatar Racing and Mikola Faust. So the 2 is my second selection, and then the number 6 horse, Vive Vouv, rounds out the top 3, who's going to be potentially the favorite in this race.
Yeah, I had a really tough time with this race, but ultimately I thought Vive Vouv was kind of the horse that you could maybe lean on in here. I know she was disappointing last time out, but she's actually gone the distance of 1.5 miles here at Keeneland before, and we'll take you back to that effort. It was actually in the spring, during the spring meet here at Keeneland. It was the first time trained by Joe Sharp. Prior to that, she was trained by Jack Sisterson, and she had gone distances of 6.5 furlongs to 1 16 miles. So I thought this was a big stamina test for her, and she did very well. Now, she lost this day by a very small margin, by a nose, by the time she hit the wire here. She came back in her next start, cutting back to the distance of 1 mile. So she's really, it's sometimes these long distance races on the turf are hard to come by, especially when you're kind of through your conditions. You have to fake stakes company or high level allowance company. So Joe has kind of spotted her very well. She had a good summer, big win at Saratoga, 2 starts back. But I think this is going to all work out for her here today. And I don't have any concerns about her stamina because she's been able to go this distance before. The 2 Spanish Eyes, I agree with you. Disappointing last time out. I thought the Beverly D was a good enough race, I think, to warrant some respect in this race here today. And then the number 9 horse I'll also use, Bless My Stars, as you mentioned, definitely has that stamina pedigree. But she hasn't been seen since January, so it'll be very impressive for Brendan Walsh. I know he can do it, but to get a horse to be able to win at 1.5 miles off of such a significant layoff would be very impressive.
Let's check in with Tom Leach.
Looks like a well-matched group in this year's renewal of the Grade 3, Root and Riddle Dowager, and trainer Brendan Walsh, who's had a fantastic meet, will saddle 3 of them. We started our discussion with him about the one who's been in his barn the longest, Spanish Eyes.
Probably just didn't handle the track, Tom. Certain horses don't, so I'd say draw a line through it. She's come out of it fine, has been working good, so I think she's back, hopefully set to run a big race on Sunday.
How did you see her improve through those previous efforts when she was going so well?
She'd been doing really good, but her form in Europe was very good before she got over here, and she seemed to carry it through fine. But that was just, I'm hoping it's just the one we just draw a line through.
Venencia, first time in your barn. What have you learned about that one?
She's nice. She's been working good. Maybe this is what she wants. I guess we'll find out on Sunday. But she has been working well, so we'll see. We'll see if this suits her.
What tells you that the 1.5 miles might be ideal for her?
She's bred to go long, and it seems from her races that she's only seem to have been getting going at the end of her races. So I think it's definitely worth a try.
And Bless My Stars, first time for you also, but off since January. How's she training?
Good, yeah, nice filly. She obviously was a top filly in South Africa and came over here. She's she was a little in and out over here, but she's had some excuses. So hopefully we've got her back to her old form, and if we have, then she should be competitive.
Walsh already has several stakes wins at this meet. This is a tough handicapping challenge. These fillies and mares 3 and up going 1.5 miles on what could be a turf course with a little give in it, depending on the weather.
All right, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Brendan. Let's get into our next key race, race number 6. This is a race that is off the turf course, 5.5 furlongs, the distance on the main track. And you can see a look at the main track right now as it's currently looks like it's sealed for this sloppy conditions. And you can see scratches of the 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, and 10. Big Trouble is the favorite on the morning line. That's the number 6 horse. I end up with Don't Say It. This is the number 4 horse for Brad Cox, a filly that has run a couple of times on sloppy tracks, and she's done well, in a couple of different scenarios. Up close to the pace when the pace wasn't all that fast at Belmont a couple of years ago, and then rallying from off the pace at Churchill back in November. So it's been 8 months since we've seen her, but these conditions shouldn't be an issue if history repeats itself, and that's all we have to go off of. We're going to take it back to her last race. It's on turf. I understand that. As we turn in these video requests days in advance, not knowing how the weather's going to pan out. But she was a winner in this race back in February, 8 months ago. She comes into this race fresh, been working over at Ellis Park. So with her current form and just her consistency, I mean, her only lack of a run was at Kentucky Downs, right? Every other time she's shown up. So Don't Say It, with the off-track form that she has, ends up the top selection for me. The number 12 horse, Nikki Nine Doors, another one that has run well on dirt, on turf. She's not run on slop. We'll see how it goes, but she's been a good filly for Chris Davis, through the years. And then finally, the number 6 horse, that is Big Trouble. She has run on an off track. She hasn't won, but she's run well on dirt, on turf. So I think you can trust this daughter of Cantheros here today.
I totally reevaluated this race once I saw the scratches and the race came off the turf, and I truly don't know what price we're going to get on into Champagne, but I took a shot with her because here's the mindset here. Don't Say It. She has been good on turf and dirt. but I think she might be a better turf horse. Big Trouble, I definitely think she's a better turf horse, and she ran well last time out because it was an off-the-turf event in a small field, 6-horse field. Pretty Layla, I don't know that her best distance is this distance. She might be a touch better going long. Velvet Devil, she probably is that true dirt sprinter in here. But the 12 Nikki Nine Doors, she appears to be better on the turf. And then Sweet Coffee, who I believe draws into the race, also better on the turf. So my whole thought is into Champagne. She is a legitimate dirt sprinter in here, and I know it appears that she hasn't been in very good form, but she is getting a class relief. She is facing turf sprinters in a dirt race today. So I think that gives her a little bit of an edge here to maybe, you know, get back on track. So I'll take a shot with her on top. The 6, though, Big Trouble, obviously a big winner last time out, but that was a fast main track. We'll see what she can do on a wet track today. And then the 11, I'll also be using. That horse that I mentioned is kind of that true dirt sprinter here.
All right, that's race number 6. Let's go to race number 7 on this card. This race is a race that's part of the ladder multi-race exotic. Scratch the number 8 horse Energize Excite. The 9 is the favorite at 5-2 on the morning line. This is a 1 1/8 test here today for these 3-year-olds and upwards. So long stretch to work with when you're dealing with these 1 1/8 dirt events. I go to the number 4 horse only in America for trainer Todd Pletcher. He broke through with a big performance at Saratoga in his most recent start, and if you caught him that day, you got 9-1 on a Todd Pletcher trained colt by Constitution that they bought for $700,000 back in 2023 at the Keeneland September sale. That run at Saratoga, very, very good. He had been knocking on the doors. At one point in time, he lost the rider at Gulfstream. He comes back, wins at Saratoga. The number 9 horse, Excite. Certainly, you got to respect him. A colt that was 3rd in the St. Louis Derby over at Fairmount Park recently. The 1 1/8 distance, he's proven at it, so that's a positive for the son of Speightstown. And then the number 3 horse, Fountain Lake, a runner that's done well on an off track in the past. He's got that off track form. He broke his maiden on a sloppy course over at Churchill Downs back in May.
All right, I'm going to take us to the last race of the Sunday afternoon, and it's race number 9. This race is a maiden special weight for 2-year-olds, 6 furlongs on that main track. Trouble Calling is the 7-2 morning line favorite for trainer Greg Foley. Now here's the thing, and you're very familiar with this race. That race on the 12th of September won by Spun DMC. At the time, it looked like an incredibly live race. Those horses have not run back at all. Many of them have regressed significantly. So I think that race is a little odd. Now, Trouble Calling did come back and work a bullet. Looks like he's been working really well in the morning. But considering the way that horses have been running out of that key race, I'm going to take an approach to try to beat him here today. The number 1, Our Money Man, though, he comes out of, I thought, a very good race first time out at Churchill Downs. We'll run this back. I know the buyer was a little bit on the low side, but it was 58. I think he does have an opportunity to move forward today. He does draw the rail, which he'll have to work out a trip. But this was a gritty, hard-fought effort. I personally thought he ran way too well to lose this day, Scott. He was involved. He kind of made an early move into the pace that set up for some of those closers, including the winner. He did all the dirty work only to kind of lead it to the winner that was closing from off of the pace. But I do think that the cut back a little bit in distance from 6.5 to 6 will help him. He will just have to work out a trip from the rail. I mentioned the situation with the 5 and then the 7 coming soon. Homebred for Gary and Mary West, first-time starter for Brad Cox. He's had a very good meet as well. Irad Ortiz in the saddle. That's kind of the thought there, but could be a little bit of a complicated race.
We telling the story?
Oh, no. I mean, I don't care.
Mom's Spaghetti, the 3.
Okay, full
Mom's
disclosure,
Spaghetti.
I have not listened to an Eminem song in probably years, but definitely months. And for some reason, I had a dream, and Eminem was in it. And so I think Hunchback of the Day is Mom's Spaghetti for obvious reasons.
Colts 30-1 on the morning line.
If
We'll
he
see.
wins, I don't know. I don't know what I would do.
Hey, I missed out on Kappa Kappa yesterday, and my wife's a Kappa Kappa Gamma.
Yeah.
So you've got to go with it. You have to place a wager.
Sometimes it goes like that.
Let's go to the Clocker Report, race number 7. The number 1 horse, New Magic, working 48-3 on the 11th. So a week ago, Son of Curlin breezed that half mile on the bridle on even terms in company with stablemate Aeolian, who we saw run earlier this week. And had rough trips in the first 2 starts. Will be equipped with blinkers today, and the Dam was a grade 2 stakes placed runner. So New Magic in race number 7, that's the 1. Cupid's Crush in the Rood and Riddle Dowager, daughter of Cupid on her toes, working 6 furlongs in 1:11. So we'll see that filly, and she'll be a price in that race for trainer Hugh Robertson and the McGowan family of Extreme Racing. So Cupid's Crush in race number 8, the 7 New Magic, the 1 in race number 7 on the Clocker Report.
She does look like the controlling speed in that race.
Cupid's Crush?
Yeah, she could just get on the front end and forget to stop.
Let's go to our Sailgrad Spotlight for this Sunday show. Race number 2, Canterbury Lane, was hip number 2242, brought $250,000. The offspring of Vacoma, owned by Tenbrock Farm, bred by Spendthrift Farm. So Vacomas, 2 on and off track. Watch out for that. There's going to be plenty of pedigree discussion that I'm going to point you towards over the course of our afternoon paddock coverage, especially in frontside coverage, when looking at the pedigrees that have historically worked well on off track. So Canterbury Lane would be one of them. Vacoma runners, 25% wins on off tracks.
That's a strong stat, Mr. Stat Man.
It's Candy Ride.
Yeah.
It's all, it has to do, and Candy Ride, there's representation here today. Early pick 4 is where I'll take us as far as the multi-race exotics. Gabby's going to tackle the late pick 4. This starts in race number 2, and we'll get that graphic for you. 5, 6, and 11 are the ones that I'll take a look at in here, led by Country Club for Gennaro Garcia, Edgar Morales in the saddle. The 6-horse, Smoking Hot Wife for Kenny McPeak. She's run well on and off track in the past in her most recent race in Rest of the World for John Ennis. Watch out for that filly. Then 4 deep in race number 3. Looking for coverage in that starter allowance race that is very competitive. And speaking of off-track form, and it's a small sample size, Sons and Daughters of Bo Liam, that first crop sire, how about 44% wins on an off-track? But it's only been 9, but still, it's early.
Okay, small
early
sample
days.
size, but still.
And then in race number 4, I'll single Prince of Light for Brendan Walsh, that colt who ran well on an off-track in his most recent start, and then 2 deep in race number 5, the 8 and 9. So a $12 investment in the early pick 4 at Keeneland, starting in race 2.
I will take us to the late pick 4, race number 6. Again, I like a price in there. I could also make a case for Don't Say It winning the race. Big Trouble will likely be the favorite. She went on the dirt last time out. Pretty Layla, she could be a factor cutting back in distance. So long story short, all button in race number 6. Race number 7, I'm singling the 4 Only in America. I agree with you. I do think that he's a standout. I think he was probably something good at the end of last year, beginning of this year, and then something obviously went awry back in April at Gulfstream Park. But they figured him out with that impressive win last time out, and I think he can parlay that to another win today. Race number 8 is our featured event, and I'm going to be singling the number 6 Vivuve, and then that takes us to the last race, and I have coverage. I did not hit the all button, but I used a lot of horses in there, including Mom Spaghetti.
There you go. You had to.
I had to.
The rain has come back. We just had some folks scatter as it's picked up again. I don't think you can see it, but some more rain.
It's going to be a weird weather day because the sun was just peeking through the clouds mid part of the show, and now it's raining again.
Looks pretty behind us with the copper awning. Is that the appropriate term? Best angle. I'm getting aggressive in race number 5. Hey Boss, the number 8 horse, I think gets a great setup today at this 1 1/8 distance. And I think he is aided today because of Money Run in this spot. I think Money Run is going to set the table for him even more so than what he has seen recently. This is a horse that lays back and closes in these longer distance races. And now with Larry Ravelli's second time out, I think that the setup is much more suitable for him here this afternoon. So I'm going to play a straight trifecta. 8 to the 9 in second, Hoodlum, who's another one will be closing. I think he may have the jump on the 8, and I think the 8 gets him. And then the 12 horse who sets the pace, Money Run, makes the lead. I think he fades. and that's how they finish in race number 5. $5 trifecta.
Okay, I like it. 8, 9, 12 there, $5. Race number 3, we'll take a little bit earlier in the card. It's a starter allowance, 6.5 furlongs on the dirt. And this race, it is a little tricky, but I actually really liked the win by Leclerc last time out for trainer Lindsay Schultz. And, you know, she's been chipping in horses and having a lot of success. This was up at the Belmont and Aqueduct meeting there, and it was a maiden optional claiming race for $70,000, but obviously he came around the turn. There was some crowding at the top of the stretch, but he was out in the clear and then goes on to win. He actually went off as the favorite that day. They debuted him 5 furlongs on the turf at Monmouth and then made the switch to the main track. The filly by Bo Liam got the victory that day. So that was 6 furlongs. She has to stretch out a little bit to 6.5, but I think that was kind of a learning experience for her. I wouldn't be surprised if she showed a little bit more speed today. So I'm going to keep it simple there. $20 to win.
Those are our thoughts on our best angles. Let's go to Tom Leach for the long shot play of the day.
We hit on a long shot play in the spring meet with Boss Lady Bailey, so why not try again? 20-1 on a Mike Maker trained horse going long on the turf. That sounds as good as you're going to find for a long shot play in just about any race. This is a horse that obviously has won on this Keeneland track, and a horse that in the comeback race, you can draw a line through that, and the form looks pretty solid for Boss Lady Bailey at 20-1 on the morning line.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. Let's take a look at a work. You want to take a look at a work for a horse that's pointed towards the Breeders' Cup?
Yes, let's do it. This was yesterday.
Percy's Bar, who ran so well in the Darley Alcibiades on Fall Stars weekend. This is her workout in company. Just an easy move in hand, just coming up alongside her workmate and doing it pretty comfortably.
Very easily. Wow. She looks like she's on cruise control as well. Really not asked for anything. And she's just finishing up there. I mean, she's pretty fit. She's been racing, you know, throughout the summer. She obviously had that huge effort in the Darley Alcibiades here where, you know, it was unfortunate. She was definitely the best horse, but with the infraction, she had to come down.
Yep.
A foul's a foul for Tommy Joe eventually got the win. But I think she's capable of big things in the Breeders' Cup, so best of luck to her. And now the rain is really coming down,
it's
guys.
really coming down. We're going to say goodbye. Enjoy today at Keeneland. Great racing ahead.
We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Keeneland November is where futures take root and legacies pass from one hand to the next. In the ring, excitement builds. A glance, a nod, a bid. History changes in an instant, and the impact lasts a lifetime. The market is here. The global stage is here. Your moment is here. Keeneland November.
There's a reason why Toyota is America's best-selling retail brand. It's the quality, dependability, and reliability that you expect from Toyota. And that starts right here in the USA, where Toyota has invested over $49 billion into 11 different manufacturing plants, including the newest one, a battery plant for its electrified vehicles. There are now 13 different Toyotas built in the USA, with more on the way. America drives Toyota. Let's go places.
Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, high stakes, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this fall. Love, Keeneland.
We direct your attention trackside, where the Kentucky State Police Honor Guard will present the colors for today's ceremonies. Keeneland is honored to welcome the Heritage Brass Quintet from the 202nd Army Band of the Kentucky National Guard to play the state song and the national anthem, First My Old Kentucky Home. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem. Keeneland is proud to recognize Kenny Hughes with inventory as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Kenny. In conjunction with Heroes Day, Keeneland welcomes all first responders, healthcare workers, and active and retired military members and their families. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time for a check of the John Deere track and turf conditions. The main track is listed sloppy. The turf is yielding for the 8th race feature. We are off the turf in races 4 and 6. Time for a look at all of the program changes. First race is where the first of the day is rolling doubles and pick 3s, and also the early pick 5, no carryover, will get underway. In the first race, scratch the 1, Carrillo. Scratch number 1, Carrillo. Jockey change on number 3, the Thunderer, the jockey Keith James Asmussen. Number 3, the Thunderer, the jockey Keith James Asmussen. Overweight, the 7, Moon Charger, the jockey 4 pounds over. Number 7, Moon Charger, the jockey 4 pounds over. Second race is where the early pick 4 begins. Scratch number 3, Twisted Viper. And scratch the 7, Betty Who. That's in the second race. Scratch 3, Twisted Viper. And scratch 7, Betty Who. 13 draws into the race, Zen Dreams, the jockey Axel Concepcion. 13, Zen Dreams, the jockey Axel Concepcion. Also, the 14, Zeddy, draws into the race. The jockey will be Cesar Diaz. 14, Zeddy, draws into the race. The jockey Cesar Diaz. In each case, the weight is okay. Third race, scratch the 2, Victor Help Me. Third race, scratch the 2, Victor Help Me. Fourth race off the turf, 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. Again, race 4 off the turf, 1 mile and a 16th main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. No carryover for the pick 6. Fourth race is also where the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 gets underway. A reminder, the first 2 legs will both be contested on the main track. The 8th race feature is the one that stays on the turf. So in the fourth race, scratch the 7, Katam. Scratch the 8, Turbo Launch. Scratch 9, Telecaster. Scratch the 12, Mr. Vaggio. Scratch 15, Wargamer. And scratch 16, Shuggy. Again, that's in the fourth race, which comes off the turf and goes 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. Scratch the 7, Katam. Scratch the 8, Turbo Launch. Scratch the 9, Telecaster. Scratch the 12, Mr. Vaggio. Scratch 15, Wargamer. And scratch 16, Shuggy. Please note, number 13, Clark's Corner, draws into the race. The 14, Kilo Tango, also draws into the race. In each case, jockeys as programmed. Race 5. Start of the late pick 5. No carryover. In race 5, scratch the 2, Greer's Ferry. Scratch 3, Hard Rye Guy. And scratch 13, Lemon Drop Shot. That's in the fifth race. Scratch the 2, Greer's Ferry. Scratch 3, Hard Rye Guy. And scratch 13, Lemon Drop Shot. Also in the fifth race, jockey change on the 1, Mr. Muldoon, Nick Juarez. That's race 5, number 1, Mr. Muldoon, the jockey Nick Juarez. Please note, contrary to the program, number 10, People Force, is a gelding. 10, People Force, is a gelding. Also, please note, the 14 draws into the race, Dr. Storm, make the jockey Christian Torres. 14, Dr. Storm, draws into the race, the jockey Christian Torres. 15, Category 10, also draws into the race, the jockey as programmed. Race 6, off the turf, 5.5 furlongs, main track. Race 6, off the turf, 5.5 furlongs, main track. This is where the late pick 4 begins. Scratch the 1, Dancing Magic. Scratch number 3, Hideki. Scratch the 5, Princess Bettina. Scratch number 7, Dala. Scratch 8, Cabernet. And scratch 10, Stormy Paradise. That's in the 6th race, which comes off the turf. 5.5 furlongs main track. Scratch the 1, Dancing Magic. Scratch number 3, Hideki. Scratch the 5, Princess Bettina. Scratch number 7, Dala. Scratch 8, Cabernet. And scratch 10, Stormy Paradise. Number 13 draws into the race. Sweet Coffee, number 13, draws in. Jockey change to be announced. 7th race. Scratch number 8, Energize. That's the 7th race. Scratch number 8, Energize. Also, please note a jockey change to be announced for the 7, Racing Driver. 7th race, number 7, Racing Driver, jockey change to be announced. 8th race feature, the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes, remains on the turf, which is listed yielding, and contrary to the program, the rail at 20 feet. 8th race feature remains on the turf, listed yielding, contrary to the program, rail at 20 feet. There are no scratches and no jockey changes to report at this time in that 8th race feature. 9th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14. They did not draw in. Jockey change on number 4, Ilios. Jockey to be announced. 9th race, number 4, Ilios. Jockey change to be announced. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Thank you so much, Kurt Becker, as we bring you to a wet Sunday afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse, Gabby, but it's going to be an exciting day, a fun day, as it is Heroes Day here today at Keeneland Racecourse.
Yes, very exciting day, and really happy to have the opportunity to celebrate all of our heroes in the community. So we will be doing that throughout the afternoon here at Keeneland. You mentioned the weather. It's pretty much the first wet day we've had of the fall meet. We've been very lucky so far, but most of the races have been taken off the turf. The one that does remain on the turf is our featured event, stakes race, the Dowager.
The Grade 3 Rood and Riddle Dowager goes as race number 8 over yielding listed turf here this afternoon, and a pretty evenly matched group that we've got lining up for our featured event, the Rood and Riddle Dowager.
Yeah, my eyes kind of went to Vivuve in there, the number 6 horse, and she'll probably be one of the shorter prices in there. Kind of a trip that was a bit awkward for her. She's not really a horse that wants to be on the lead last time out, so I give her the benefit of the doubt. She's had a really strong season, but it is a deep field, and you also have to factor in the distance, 1.5 miles. Anything could happen.
And the testing conditions here today with the rain. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to Heroes Day here today at Keeneland Racecourse. Just 15 minutes away from the opener here to start the early pick 5. Sloppy conditions to start the card here in race number 1, a $16,000 claiming event And critical threat on the outside for TEC Racing and Jesus Esquivel is the gelding that I go with here. He's got off-track form. He's run twice on a wet main track. He's got a victory. He's got a second-place finish. And I think he's just found his form since they put him back in against reasonable conditions and reasonable competition. So critical threat, running for 16,000 here today. I think he makes a lot of sense, and I think he can be forward from that outside post position to get position going into the first turn with this first wire finish. So he's my top selection, 6-1, good price on the board right now. The number 8 horse is the current favorite. He's my second selection, CFV Bullet for Hugo Rodriguez. Coming down from Hawthorne Racecourse, he's in very good form, and they show up for 16,000. It's the right level for him. He's got a good second-place finish here at Keeneland in the past. And the last time we saw him here at Keeneland, he was in just a little too tough, running for 32,000. So this is the right level for this horse to be able to continue to maintain his form coming down from Hawthorne Racecourse up in Stickney, Illinois. And then finally, the number 5 horse, Trace Souls, for trainer Ralph Martinez. First off, the claim for this barn, they win at a high percentage, Ralph Martinez, 23% in these instances. This horse has yet to win on an off-track, but he is bred to do so. And I think that at this level, looking at his previous off-track runs, and it was in a little bit tougher competition. I shouldn't say a little bit, a heck of a lot more tough competition than what he's facing here today. So Trace Souls at odds of 5-1. I think definitely in the right spot here today for Ralph Martinez, taken for 12-5 at Churchill at the end of September. Early pick 5 begins in less than 13 minutes here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 6th race, the jockey for number 13, Sweet Coffee, will be John Velasquez. That's in Keeneland's 6th race. Number 13, Sweet Coffee, the jockey John Velasquez. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. This will start the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also starts the early pick five, no carryover. Main track is sloppy. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Scratch number 1, Carrillo. 1 Carrillo is scratched. Jockey for the 3, the Thunderer, will be Keith James Asmussen. Keith James Asmussen rides 3, the Thunderer. Overweight, the 7, Moon Charger, the jockey 4 pounds over. A reminder that race 8, the featured 8th race, remains on the turf. The turf is yielding for that 8th event. But keep in mind, race 4 comes off the turf. Race 6 also off the turf. First post in 7 minutes.
There are a lot of old racetrack sayings, but the first thing that comes to mind when we've got these kinds of conditions is something that has been talked about through generations. Bet a gray on a rainy day, and you've got a big gray horse here in Interlock Empire who has shown that he can handle the off-track. He just won on an off-track at Churchill Downs, a pretty gray son of Classic Empire for Gennaro Garcia. He's sitting at 4-1 right now, just from 9-2. So a little bit of action coming in as we're 5 minutes away from post time. The number 5 horse really perked up when he came out onto the track. Tres Solis for Ralph Martinez. This is the first off the claim runner that we talked about over on the paddock side. Mentioned that he has yet to win on an off track, but Sons and Daughters of Justify through the years have won 19% of the time on off main track. So we're going to point towards those stats over the course of the afternoon and pedigrees that work on these off conditions that we've got on the main track here today. So we'll see if this level of competition works out for the number 5 horse here today on the off track. He's 9-2 on the board. Very wide open betting race. Getting ready to kick off the early pick 5. The pool already over $200,000. We're just 5 minutes away from the start of this Sunday card here at Keeneland.
Your attention, please. In Keeneland's first race, a late jockey change to be announced for the 8 CFV Bullet. Keeneland's first race, late jockey change to be announced for the 8 CFV Bullet. Late jockey change for the 8 CFV Bullet, Javier Padron Barcenas. Javier Padron Barcenas will be the jockey for number 8 CFV Bullet. Javier Padron Barcenas.
Ninth race was the best. You say 4. Well, that was the day before. Oh. I don't have a
Chalky's back aboard, and here comes number 8 from the tunnel, CFV Bullet with Javier Padron Barcenas, the jockey. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race. Start of an all-main track pick 5. Main track listed sloppy, first race, short stretch, first wire. Moving into line for the first. Interlock Empire goes in along with Ember. Moon Charger comes forward, also the Thunderer. Ardenwood walks up. Tres Soles, CFV Bullet. Here's Liam the Brave. Critical Threat, the last one. Goes in first wire at the post. And they're off. Interlock Empire from the inside. There goes Critical Threat from the outside, and Ardenwood in between that pair. And they're joined by Liam the Brave, who's up close in the opening strides as well. Ardenwood starts to move by and has the lead. Critical Threat will go second upon the outside as they move into the first turn. Liam the Brave, a lane off the rail in that third position. Interlock Empire hugs the rail in fourth around the first turn. The Thunderer is fifth. CFV Bullet sixth on the outside. Then a break of 6 more lengths. Tres Soles is in seventh. And then 7 more lengths back of that one to Ember next to last. And 4 more back of that one, Moon Charger trails. 23.54 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Ardenwood the leader, Critical Threat second, top 2 separated by a half length. Interlock Empire goes third down toward the inside by 3/4 of a length. Liam the Brave, fourth up on the outside, 2 more lengths back to the Thunderer, who is joined there by CFV Bullet toward the outside, still 5 lengths off the lead, though. 47.54 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Ardenwood and Critical Threat go 1-2, separated by a head to the far turn. Interlock Empire third ahead. There's Liam the Brave, moving up from fourth into third, a length off the front pair now as they move midway on the turn. CFV Bullet toward the outside is still 5 lengths from the front, and then the Thunderer back toward the inside. At the quarter pole, Critical Threat comes away with the lead by a length and a half. Interlock Empire to second, Liam the Brave, then CFV Bullet, who has to go wide, still a half dozen lengths off the lead. The Thunderer is fifth back toward the inside. Into the short stretch, Interlock Empire takes aim and comes after Critical Threat. Critical Threat to the inside. Interlock Empire is right alongside in the final furlong. 5 more lengths, the Thunderer, then CFV Bullet in fourth. Interlock Empire, Critical Threat, going at it for the lead, for the win. Critical Threat, Interlock Empire. Critical Threat wins it by a neck. Interlock Empire was home second, then the Thunderer third, and CFV Bullet fourth.
Turner for home, Critical Threat. He cuts down on the inside of the track, and then the gray horse, Interlock Empire, comes alongside of him. But Manny Esquivel doing the right thing, guiding this horse back out towards the gray runner, who was drifting a little bit there. They start to come together at this point in time, well out in the center of the race course, and Critical Threat just battled for the victory, gets the victory at odds of 5-1 as Interlock Empire looked like he maybe had the lead for maybe a jump or two, but not the case when it counted on the wire. 5-1 winner to start the card here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 10, Critical Threat first. Number 2, Interlock Empire second. Number 3, the Thunderer third. Number 8, CFV Bullet fourth. 10-2-3-8 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 10, Critical Threat, owned by TEC Racing of Elliott Logan. Trained by Jesus Esquivel, Manny Esquivel, the winning jockey. Critical Threat, 7-year-old gelded son of Imshawish, out of My Town by Speightstown. Winner bred in Kentucky by Lots Creek Farms, LLC. 1 minute 44.8 over the sloppy main track. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. One Lexington is a city initiative that leverages government resources and community partnerships to address gun violence impacting youth and young adults. After 3 straight years of record gun violence in our city, Lexington has seen a 60% decrease in homicides and non-fatal shootings since 2022. Together, we are one Lexington. First race results official. 10-2-3-8, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering and start of an all-main track early pick 4. In this second race, scratch 3 Twisted Viper. Also scratch the 7 Betty Who. 13 Zen Dreams draws into the race. The jockey Axel Concepcion, weight is okay. 14 Zeddy draws into the race. Cesar Diaz, the jockey, weight is okay. A reminder at Keeneland, we remain on the turf for the 8th race feature. Races 4 and 6 have come off the turf. Main track is listed sloppy. The turf is listed yielding for that 8th race, and the rail at 20 feet for that 8th race feature.
Race number 2, 16 minutes to post, starts the early pick 4 this afternoon at Keeneland. Maiden $20,000 claiming event for fillies and mares 3 and up, going 7 furlongs on the sloppy main track. The number 5 horse, Country Club, currently sitting at 4-1 on the board, making this runner the second choice in the current win wagering. Country Club for Gennaro Garcia ran well enough on the sloppy main track at Churchill Downs, going a mile and a 16th to finish 4th, beating only 2 lengths. And I think that the cutback in distance could be a benefit to this filly here today, and dropping down even a little bit further down into maiden 20 from a maiden 30 for what it's worth. But Country Club, the slight cutback in distance, enough to sway my opinion in a positive direction towards this filly for Southwest Racing and others. Edgar Morales rode her last time out. He's going to get the opportunity again today. So I'll take a shot with the current second choice, now just clicked up to 9-2. That is the 5, Country Club. The 6 is the favorite at 8-5. That is Smokin' Hot Wife for trainer Kenny McPeak. She put in a sustained rally to finish second on a sloppy main track in her most recent start, and that was the first time that she dropped in for 30. So whether it was the off track or the drop down in competition, it really doesn't matter here today because she's in a similar situation. The only difference for this filly is the cutback in distance and how she's going to handle that here this afternoon. Is she going to be able to rally from further back if she finds herself in that situation, because she hasn't been all that quick in some of her route races? So how does that impact her here this afternoon? She does get Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle, which certainly is a positive and will sway a lot of opinions in the direction of this filly. But we'll see how Country Club fares on this cutback here this afternoon with that good run on the slop last time out. And then finally, the 11-horse Rest of the World for trainer John Ennis. She was 3rd on the sloppy course at Churchill Downs in her most recent start. She's run well in these one-turn races. She's shown some speed in the past. I think that she's got a look in here at 7-1, especially if she breaks sharp on this off track here this afternoon. Good luck in race number 2. Just waiting for the riders up call as we're 14 minutes away from post time to start the early pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, double and pick 3 wagering, and also the start of an early pick 4, which is all on the main track, this early pick 4. Keep in mind, race 4 off the turf, race 6 off the turf, race 8, the feature, is the only race that remains on the turf on today's card. For the second race, scratch 3, Twisted Viper. Also scratch the 7, Betty Who. Zen Dreams, number 13, draws in, jockey Axel Concepcion. 14, Zeddy draws in, the jockey Cesar Diaz. Weight is okay in each case. 7 furlongs here over the sloppy main track. Maidens, fillies, and mares 3 and up. $20,000 the claiming price. Post time, 6 minutes.
Here's a look at the one-horse Canterbury Lane, 5-1 on the board right now out of the Wesley Ward barn. First out of the barn for Wesley Ward, who wins at 14% when running horses for the first time out of his barn. She was a Keeneland September sale grad from 2023. She's the daughter of Vacoma, as we see her on the right-hand side as a yearling going through the sales ring here at Keeneland. Daughter of Vacoma, and Vacoma runners have won a quarter of the time, 25% of the time that they've run on off tracks, and that's from a race sample size of 112 runners in these instances. So we'll see if this Candy Ride / Vacoma pedigree comes through on the off track here today. This will be the first time that she's running on an off track. Canterbury Lane 5-1 on the board currently with 4 minutes to post before post time. The number 6 horse, that is Smokin' Hot Wife. We touched on her, still the favorite. She's a pretty filly, no question about it. Daughter of Loudman. I can see why they tried her multiple times going long, because she looks like a route filly, but cut back in distance. That might be a benefit to this filly. We'll see her run today, and we'll see her at the Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale as hip number 4147. Coming out of the Kenny McPeak barn here this afternoon, currently sitting at 2-1. Good luck. Start of the early pick 4, close to $80,000 in the pool. 4 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick four. Your attention, please. Late scratch, scratch number 1, Canterbury Lane. Late scratch, scratch number 1, Canterbury Lane, scratched by the stewards on the advice of the state veterinarian. Windows remain open. Moving into line race 2. Country Club moves into line along with Rest of the World. Well Aware and also Smokin' Hot Wife. Zen Dreams comes forward from the also eligible list. Now here's Just Take the Cannoli. Zeddy also draws in. Last one. Walks up. Goes in there at the post. And they're off. There goes Country Club. Just Take the Cannoli a step quicker. 7 on. Rest of the World is there. Well Aware is also joining that front group to the far outside. Just Take the Cannoli has the lead. Well Aware goes second to the outside. And now Rest of the World kicks in from between that pair. Country Club goes in fourth. 7 on is in fifth. Smokin' Hot Wife toward the center of the pack. Sixth against the rail. 6 lengths off the lead. And then Zen Dreams in seventh. Zeddy is a wide eighth. Pickleball Queen is in ninth. People Get Ready is 10th. My Favorite Girl, last of 11:22.49 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Just Take the Cannoli. Leads it by almost a full length to the far turn. Rest of the World goes second. Well Aware again moves up third on the far outside. Country Club hugs the rail in fourth. 2 lengths off the lead around the far turn. 7 on is fifth. Then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Smokin' Hot Wife, who's got some running to do from there. Nearly 10 lengths off the lead. In fact, has lost some more ground around the turn. Zen Dreams moves up to her outside. Quarter mile to go. Rest of the World puts a head in front off the far turn. Just Take the Cannoli, then Well Aware to the outside, and 7 on, who's in behind horses, in the fourth position. Zen Dreams is on the grandstand side. Smokin' Hot Wife is still in sixth position. 7 on's diving toward the rail. Well Aware to the outside. Rest of the World between that pair. 7 on comes up the inside. Well Aware's got the lead. Rest of the World is next. Down to the wire. Past the 16th pole. Well Aware. 7 on to the inside. Now Smokin' Hot Wife is coming late, but the wire's coming as well. Well Aware to win it by almost a full length on the line. Smokin' Hot Wife was up in time for second.
A 10-1 winner, Well Aware for JD Thoroughbreds, Chris Hartman and Keith James Asmussen, who's had a productive week here at Keeneland Racecourse. Straightens for home and able to just grind this victory out in race number 2. Smokin' Hot Wife, she was running on from well off the pace, but just ran out of ground as the 12 had the jump on her. 10-1 on Well Aware, daughter of City of Light, picking up career win number 1, 12-6-9-13, the unofficial top 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 12, Well Aware, finished first. Number 6, Smokin' Hot Wife, second. Number 9, 7 on third. 13, Zen Dreams, fourth. 12-6-9-13, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, number 12, Well Aware, owned by J.D. Thoroughbreds LLC of Jackie Slauson, the trainer Chris Hartman, the jockey Keith James Asmussen. Well Aware, 3-year-old filly by City of Light, out of Inside Story by Alternation, bred in Kentucky by Jerry Romans. 1 minute 25.72 seconds for the 7 furlongs over the main track listed sloppy. Second race results official. 12-6-9-13, the official results. Keeneland is proud to recognize the Lexington Fire Department's Community Services Bureau. This dedicated group teaches CPR, fire extinguisher, and first aid classes across Fayette County. And in the past 3 years, they've installed more than 15,000 smoke alarms. Let's give a big round of applause for the men and women of the Lexington Fire Department's Community Services team. Keeneland's third race upcoming. A reminder that we are on the main track today for all races with the exception of the 8th race feature. Race 8 feature stays on the turf, which is yielding. The rail is at 20 feet for that 8th race. But 4 comes off the turf, 6 comes off the turf. Third race on the way, double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is listed sloppy. Scratch the 2, Victor, Help Me.
Third race this afternoon, 16 minutes to post. This is a starter allowance race, a starter 50 for 2-year-old fillies, which have started for the claiming price of $50,000 or less, or which have broken their maiden in a maiden auction restricted race. So this is a new wrinkle to this condition since the maiden auction restricted races have been introduced to racing here in recent years. And I think it really makes it a very competitive condition to handicap. And that's reflected by taking a look at these fillies and their form that come here to race number 3. Race number 3 is a horse, or I should say the 7, excuse me, is the horse that I like here in race number 3 on top. That is a runner for Johnny Ortiz, a filly by Tiz the Law, who broke her maiden in one of those maiden auction restricted races and did so from post position number 1. So always talk about how difficult it can be for a first-time starter to win from post 1. She did so getting to the lead and never looking back and extending her advantage to win by 2 1/4 lengths at Churchill Downs at a 15-to-1 price. She was bought for $50,000 at the September sale last year here at Keeneland, and she's by Tiz the Law, who is a sire that has produced 24% winners on and off track. So that is certainly a positive statistic in relationship to this filly and the condition she encounters today with the sloppy main track. So Scott's Law, the number 7 horse, my top selection, looking to go 2 for 2 to start her career and eligible for this race, having broken her maiden in a maiden auction restricted event. Valhalla on the outside is another one who falls in that same category, broke her maiden in an auction restricted race at Kentucky Downs on the turf course, and she's run well on and off track. Did so at Saratoga in the mud, showing speed. So 2 very nice races from this Vacoma filly, another stallion that has done very well with his runners on off tracks, 25% winners. So Valhalla, I think an obvious contender in this race at 4-to-1, given what she's done in her 2 starts. And then Sugaree rounds out my top 3. This is a filly by My Standards, who was a maiden winner at Colonial in an auction restricted race. She tried a stakes race at Prairie Meadows, and then she dropped into an allowance race at Churchill Downs, finishing 3rd. She's going to probably rally off the pace here this afternoon, going 6.5. This could be a good distance for her to do that with the speed, I would imagine, that'll be set up out in front of her. So Sugaree, the number 5 horse, 6-to-1 on the board, with Irad Ortiz Jr. taking the call here this afternoon. Good luck in race number 3, 14 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Double and pick three wagering featured here. The main track sloppy, 6.5 furlongs for this starter allowance for 2-year-old filly. Scratch the 2, Victor Help Me. A reminder, all races at Keeneland today are on the main track with one exception, and that is the 8th race feature. 8th race feature stays on the turf, which is yielding, rail at 20 feet. Race 4 is off the turf. Race 6 is off the turf. Third race coming up in just 8 minutes.
Here's a look at Sugar the number 5 horse, filly by My Standards. Looks like a filly to me that'll skip over this sloppy main track here this afternoon, just comparing her in the post parade to the other fillies that she's taking on today. Good luck to the connections here in race number 3, and good luck to them at the upcoming Horses of Racing Age sale, as this filly is cataloged as hip number 4159 here at Keeneland in just a couple of weeks' time. So Sugar competing today at the Horses of Racing Age sale in just a few weeks. Starlight Knight, the number 6 horse for Joe Sharp. Good-looking filly. This is a daughter of Nyquist, who we had a chance to see down in the paddock. Just broke her maiden for 50. That's how she qualifies for this race, one of 2 that Joe Sharp sends out here in race number 3. But well-turned-out daughter of Nyquist out of a Tappet First Dam. Nyquist runners winning at 19% on off tracks historically from a large sample size through the years. Good luck in the third race. 6 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line, third race. Have Faith comes forward, also Peach Tie. Sugary and Valhalla. Last one walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Valhalla right out for the early lead, but others have speed as well. Leclerc kicks in down toward the inside. Wicked with Bourbon is right there between that pair. Peach Tie is next up to the far outside as they head up the back stretch. And then Scott's Law, who travels along in the fifth position as they race off the end of the back stretch. Starlit Night is tucked away down toward the inside here in the early going. Tries to find some room down toward the rail, about 5 lengths off the lead. Then a break of 5 more. Back to the 2 trailers. Sugary, Have Faith is at the back last as they head on to the far turn, running nearly a dozen lengths off the lead. 21.87 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Wicked with Bourbon draws alongside of Leclerc, and Valhalla seeks to join them. Swings to the far outside, a half length off the lead now. Peach Tie is fourth, has to go to the center of the track, still 5 from the front, but beginning to pick up the leaders as they turn for home. Wicked with Bourbon, Valhalla, Peach Tie swings up on the far outside and just comes running on by for the lead. Peach Tie has the lead and opens up in the blink of an eye by 3 lengths coming to the 8th pole. Wicked with Bourbon, Valhalla contesting that second spot. Now Have Faith was last on the turn. Grandstand Side is in 4th, 8 lengths from the front, 16th to go, and it is Peach Tie in front for Luis Saez. Have Faith has gone from last to 2nd, 4 lengths away, 3 lengths away, but here's the wire. Peach Tie to win it. Have Faith rallied up for 2nd, followed by Valhalla and Wicked with Bourbon.
Well, Peach Tie comes off the turn 3 wide and kicks on nicely here under Luis Saez to score a second time in her racing career and doing it smoothly over this sloppy main track. And the full horse Have Faith, as Kurt Becker described, she was way far back. And this is what we saw from her when she broke her maiden at Churchill Downs. She kicks it in late, but she just had a filly that was much faster earlier in the midway stages of this race that kicked out in front of her. But Peach Tie getting the victory for Brittany Russell and the estate of Brereton Jones, bred by the late Governor Brereton Jones. Filly getting the victory at 5-2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race, number 8, Peach Tie, finished first. Number 4, Have Faith, was second. Number 9, Valhalla, third. Number 3, Wicked with Bourbon, fourth. 8-4-9-3 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, number 8, Peach Tie, owned by the estate of Brereton Jones of Elizabeth Lloyd Jones, trained by Brittany Russell, Luis Saez, the jockey. Peach Tie, 2-year-old filly by Preservationist out of Bell's Orb by Orb. Bred in Kentucky by Brereton Jones. The time for the 6.5 furlongs, 1 minute 18.13 over the main track, listed sloppy. Third race results official, 8-4-9-3, the official results. Major Bruce Gordon was in Honolulu on December 7th, 1941, at the time of the attack on Pearl Harbor. He was 7 years old and remembers it well. From that point forward, he had a keen awareness of the military. A graduate of the Air Force, ROTC, he became a fighter pilot in the U.S. Air Force, flying 4 different kinds of fighters and 132 fighter combat missions in Vietnam, and was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross. He now resides in Georgetown. We thank you for your service, Major Gordon. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Race 4 comes off the turf. It will go 1 mile and a 16th on the main track, which is listed sloppy. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, but a reminder, the first 2 legs will be contested on the main track. Race 4 and race 6 come off the turf. Race 8, the final leg of that Keeneland turf pick 3, does stay on the turf. The 8th race feature, the turf is listed yielding and the rail is at 20 feet. For the 4th race on the main track, scratch the 7 Katam, scratch the 8 Turbo Launch, also scratch the 9 Telecaster, scratch the 12 Mr. Vaggio, scratch 15 Wargamer, and scratch 16 Shuggy. A reminder, both number 13 and 14, Clark's Corner and Kilo Tango, draw into the race, the jockeys, as programmed.
Race number 4 comes up next, starts the pick 6, also starts the $3 pick 3, the Keeneland, what is called the turf pick 3. Keep in mind both races 4 and 6 off the turf, but race 8, the Rood and Riddle Dowager, does remain on the turf. But that $3 pick 3 is continued to be offered here this afternoon, still available here starting in race number 4. This race, as mentioned, off the turf course to a mile and a 16th on the main track. And Prince of Light, the number 1 horse, is my top play. Colt by City of Light, who ran well in an off the turf event at Churchill Downs back on the 21st of September from a mid-post draw. He drew post 6 in a field of 11, finds himself down on the inside here this afternoon, and obviously having that experience under his belt on a sloppy track at Churchill Downs looks positive here this afternoon. And Brendan Walsh saying to me, as far as this inside draw today, they might have to use him a little bit more from post position number 1 than what they did back at Churchill in his most recent start. But we've got that off-track form on Prince of Light, and that's something I'll lean on at 5-2 here in the 4th event. The 11 horse is the next up in discussion. That is Time Stream for trainer Steve Asmus and a colt by Not This Time, who was debuted down at Kentucky Downs and just didn't run all that much going the mile that afternoon on the turf course. But by this sire, Not This Time, who's had such a sensational meet here at Keeneland Racecourse, he's got 20% winners on and off track with a big sample size of over 600 runners. So we'll take a shot with Time Stream on the surface switch here this afternoon and getting an opportunity to go 2 turns with Luis Saez in the saddle. And then finally, the number 5 horse, Exosum for Kelsey Danner, Candy Ride Colt. Here's that pedigree we talked about and we'll continue to talk about this afternoon. 20% winners with well over 2,200 horses running on off tracks for that stalwart stallion who stands here in Kentucky. So we'll see if this main track, off main track moves him forward. If it does, you're going to get a square price. He's 25-1. You're going to get a big price in this upcoming 4th race at Keeneland. Good luck. 16 minutes to post. 2-year-olds on an off-the-turf event to the main track, which is listed as sloppy. We're 16 minutes away from a start.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 7th race. Race 7, the jockey for number 7, racing driver Axel Concepcion. That's Keeneland's 7th race, number 7, racing driver, the jockey Axel Concepcion. 9th and final race, number 4, Ilios, the jockey Christian Torres. Keeneland's 9th and final race, number 4, Ilios, the jockey Christian Torres. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 4th race, the Elm Tree. Race comes off the turf. It will go 1 mile and a 16th on the main track, which is listed sloppy. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Maiden special weight for 2-year-olds. Double pick 3, also start of the pick 6, no carryover. Start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. A reminder, races 4 and 6, both are off the turf. The final leg of that wager, race 8, remains on the turf, the 8th race feature. And the turf is listed yielding and the rail at 20 feet. For the 4th race, scratch the 7, Katam. Scratch number 8, Turbo Launch. Scratch the 9, Telecaster. Scratch 12, Mr. Vaggio. Scratch 15, Wargamer. And scratch 16, Shuggy. Both number 13, Clark's Corner, and the 14, Kilo Tango, draw into the race. 13 and 14 both draw in. The jockeys as programmed. Post time 7 minutes.
Talk about the horses that draw in off the also eligible here in this upcoming fourth race, starting with Clark's Corner for Ian Wilkes. Hope by Omaha Beach, who was debuted at Kentucky Downs, a bit of an unknown going down there as a first-time starter, and he was let off at 36-1. Ran a good second-place finish going 7 furlongs. More distance today, speaking to Ian Wilkes, should be a benefit. So Clark's Corner getting respect. He's 6-1 on the board right now. Asked him if there was any hesitation in running him on the off track today, considering this was a race carded for the turf course and how he ran well on the turf. He said, no, we wanted to see how he would handle the dirt at some point. So we're going to obviously go on with it here today. So at the 13 at 5-1, certainly a runner that looks as though he's a contender in this race. Kilo Tango is a first-time starter for Windstar Farm and First Go Racing out of the Brad Cox barn, a $575,000 September purchase last year at the Keeneland September sale. He is competing here for the first time in his career, and he'll also be heading to the Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale, hip number 4087, well-bred son of Candy Ride. There's that pedigree once again, and at 4-1, being played as a contender, that makes him the second choice right now in the current win wagering. Good luck in race number 4 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Elm Tree, at a mile and a 16th on the main track. Start of the pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, main track, and then turf in that final leg, race 8. Moving into line 4th race. Ripon and Final War come forward. Muir Woods, Time Stream. Exosome. Clark's Corner walks up. Kilo Tango, the last one, awaits. Comes forward. Goes in first wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Final War out for the lead. The Babe Slayer has early speed. These two come to the front. Prince of Light is away running in third position. Muir Woods will go fourth as the Babe Slayer has the lead as they head into the first turn. Final War there to the outside. Once again starts to draw alongside of the early leader. Half length separates the top two. Muir Woods has to go 3 lanes off the rail. Far outside. Forwardly placed, though, in third position. Prince of Light fourth back toward the inside. Kilo Tango, a lane off the rail. Moves up fifth. 3 lengths off the lead. Exosome is sixth back toward the inside. Time Stream is in seventh. Ripon is eighth. Sun Dodger between horses ninth, and Clark's Corner wide at the back. Off the first turn, there goes Muir Woods to the far outside to challenge for the lead. The Babe Slayer has the lead down toward the inside, and Final War between that pair, 24.12 seconds the time for the opening quarter. And then Kilo Tango, fourth ahead, just outside of Prince of Light, who's to the inside and in behind horses, now regains the fourth position a neck. And then Exosome against the rail, who's still running 4 lengths off the lead, 49.11 seconds the time for the first half mile. Still 3 across, contesting the lead onto the far turn. The Babe Slayer to the inside, Final War is in between horses. Muir Woods is there to the far outside. Prince of Light is in behind that trio, looking for some running room around the far turn, still fourth by 3/4 of a length. Kilo Tango is in fifth. Exosome and then Ripon as they move by the quarter pole to the top of the short stretch. The Babe Slayer, Muir Woods, 1-2. Prince of Light moves up to the outside. Final War is dropped out to the back as they turn for home. Prince of Light has to go wide to the top of the short stretch outside of Muir Woods. The Babe Slayer there to the inside. Exosome tries to pick them up from fourth, still 3 lengths away as they move into the final furlong. And it is Prince of Light chased by Exosome as they come by the 16th pole. Prince of Light, Exosome. Muir Woods has dropped out of it. They come to the wire. Here is Exosome up to win it for Adam Beschitza. Prince of Light was across the wire in second.
What a performance from the number 5 horse, Exosome, for NBS Stable and Kelsey Danner. And there is just something about a wet track with the sire Candy Ride. We see it here in race number 4 as the 1 Prince of Light ran a winning race, but just was out-battled by the number 5 horse in the end. And at a price of 18-1, when it comes up wet, look for that sire Candy Ride, and it comes through here in race number 4 with Exosome.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. Number 5, Exosome, finished first. Number 1, Prince of Light, second. Number 13, Clark's Corner, third. Number 2, the Babe Slayer, fourth. 5-1-13-2, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Elm Tree, number 5, Exosome. Owned by NBS Stable of John Ballantyne, trained by Kelsey Danner, the jockey Adam Beschitza. Exosome, a 2-year-old son of Candy Ride out of Incredible Grace by Medaglia d'Oro, bred in Kentucky by Stone Riggs Farm. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile and a 16th over the main track, listed sloppy, 1 minute 47.43 seconds. Fourth race results official. 5-1-13-2, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Elm Tree Trophy presentation to the connections of Exosome. Keeneland's fifth race coming up. Main track is listed sloppy. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. No carryover. A reminder that at Keeneland we are on the main track with all races except the 8th race feature. Race 8 feature does stay on the turf, yielding rail at 20 feet for that 8th race. Otherwise, main track. Race 5, scratch the 2, Greer's Ferry. Scratch the 3, Hard Rye Guy. And scratch number 13, Lemon Drop Shot. Jockey for the 1, Mr. Muldoon, Nick Juarez. Nick Juarez rides the 1, Mr. Muldoon. Contrary to the program, the 10 People Force is a gelding. 10 People Force a gelding. 14, Dr. Storm draws into the race, Christian Torres to ride. 14, Dr. Storm, Christian Torres. 15, Category 10 also draws into the race, the jockey, as programmed.
Race number 5 is 60 minutes to post. This race will start the late pick 5 on this rainy, brisk afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. A very windy afternoon as well. And a mile and an eighth will be the distance on the sloppy main track in this starter allowance race. And some battle-tested runners in this event. Should be a good run, especially at the 9 furlong distance. Hey Boss, I think that obviously you can take a look at his form and see that his best races as of late have come going a mile and an eighth, and he's also won going a mile. I mean, he's just been a very consistent horse. You run him 2 turns at a mile, mile and an eighth, 1 turn mile at Churchill Downs. He always just seems to come with a strong run. And Hey Boss also has that off-track form in 3 attempts in the past, a win, a second-place finish, and a third-place finish. He'll be far back early on, but I think that this race does set up for him nicely, especially with Money Run, the number 12 horse, being present in this event. So I'll look for this deep closer, Hey Boss, to pull off a victory for Larry Ravelli, second off the claim, and what it looks to be a good claim and a horse that's done well for all the connections that he has spent time with through the years. We'll go with the 8, who is currently sitting at 5-1 on the board. The number 9 horse, just to his outside, that is a runner that we saw up at Hawthorne Racecourse with trainer Mike Rivas, now with David Jacobson. I think that you can look at him as one that can also sit off the pace and maybe even have the jump on Hey Boss in the early stages of this race. But we'll see how he fares coming down from Hawthorne here to Keeneland Racecourse, where he has run in the past. He's got 2 attempts here over this main track, a second and a third place finish were the outcomes of those 2 previous runs. But he's another one that has off-track form, 3 attempts on an off-track, 2 wins and a second-place finish. So hoodlum for David Jacobson. Luis Saez takes the call. Nice price, 9-1 on the board for this number 9 runner. And then finally, we'll end up on the number 12 horse, who I think is kind of an X-factor type of runner. That is Money Run for Peter Miller. I think he makes the lead. I just can't imagine that won't be the approach, especially with this outside draw and having plenty of time to get to the first turn. But he's just should be quicker than the rest of this group. The question is, does he want to go a mile and an eighth? He's 7-1 on the board right now. He ran a mile in his last 2 races between Del Mar and Los Alamitos. He was sprinting prior to that, but he's quick. He's a 7-time winner from 26 starts. He does have an off-track victory, so just the question for him is, can he relax enough if he does make the lead? And like I said, I think he does make the lead. Can he relax enough when need be in order to see out the mile and an eighth trip here in race number 5? Good race coming up. Start of the late pick 5 at Keeneland as we continue on this Sunday afternoon.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race. A starter allowance for 3-year-olds and up. 1 1/8 over the main track listed Sloppy. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 5. No carryover. Scratch the 2, Greer's Ferry. Also scratch number 3, Hard Rye Guy. And scratch 13, Lemon Drop Shot. A reminder, Nick Juarez, the jockey for number 1, Mr. Muldoon. Contrary to the program, the 10 People Force is a gelding. 14, Dr. Storm draws in Christian Torres, the jockey. At 15, Category 10 draws in the jockey as programmed. Main track is Sloppy. A reminder that race 6 is off the turf. Race 8 stays on the turf. Turf is yielding for that 8th race, rail at 20 feet. Post time at 7 minutes for this 5th event.
Here's a look at the favorite. That is the number 4 horse, My Noble Knight, for trainer Tom Amos. Jose Ortiz in the saddle. 2-1 favorite, pretty clear favorite, not just in the win wagering, but you take a look at the will pays for both the early pick 5 and the early pick 4. He's by far the clear favorite in both of them, and those are both very good payoffs to the favorite in here. But he is in top form. He is in very good form. He's maintained it over the last couple of seasons. He rarely runs a bad race. He's got 7 wins combined over the last 2 seasons, from 3 to now 4. So at 2-1, the price has gotten just a little bit better. We'll see how it settles here in the next 5 minutes. But My Noble Knight, if you take a look at those will pays, and that's how you handicap races from a win wagering perspective moving forward, clear favorite in both the pick 4 and pick 5 will pays here coming into race number 5. The number 6 horse, Shot of Courage, I think there's a case to be made for this horse. He's a horse that just kind of, once he makes the lead, that's when he's been at his best as of late. But I think there's a good chance he could just hold a position and be in a more forward position here today. I don't necessarily think that he can make the lead with the number 12 horse in here being the speed that I see coming into this race and coming out of the starting gate into the first turn. But Shot of Courage has some sneaky form. You go back to Oaklawn Park at 1 1/16, 1 3/4 in pace scenarios that were a little bit slower. That's kind of when he's at his best. So his last race, nothing to write home about. He was 7-1 that day, just faltered late and faded late, but that was off of just a little bit of a layoff, couple months in between races. Keith James Asmussen, he's having a good week here, as we've talked about at Keeneland. He's in the saddle, 20-1 on Shot of Courage, and he is a well-turned out horse, as all of the Steve Asmussen runners are wherever you see them turn up across the country. Pick 5 pool, late pick 5, over $214,000. You've got less than 4 minutes to get all wagers in here for Keeneland race number 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line race 5. Huge Bigley comes forward. Swaggish moves into line. Hey Boss and also Money Run. Dr. Storm. Category 10 will be the last one. Goes in at the post. And they're off. Awkward beginning there for Money Run, who broke in the air and broke absolute last. Here comes People Force. There goes Mr. Muldoon. Mr. Muldoon up the rail for the lead. People Force will go second on the outside. My Noble Knight quickly slides over to the rail in third. Twirling Toilet is in fourth as they head on to the first turn. Swaggish moves 3 wide, picks up a couple of positions, goes from fifth to fourth to third around the first turn. And then further back, Hoodlum down toward the inside is in sixth. Huge Bigley is in seventh. Shot of Courage to the inside is eighth. Category 10 is in ninth position. Onto the backstretch. Hey Boss to the inside travels along in the 10th position now and is followed by Money Run, who after that awkward beginning picks up 3 positions, moves up 3 spots from last, and Dr. Storm is last, 23.81 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Mr. Muldoon, the leader, midpoint of the backstretch by 3/4 of a length. Swaggish goes second by 2 lengths. People Force is third. Now My Noble Knight has switched off the rail toward the outside, 3 lengths off the lead, in fourth to the far turn. Hoodlum moves up in fifth. Twirling Toilet, then Shot of Courage, 47.51 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Swaggish has the lead. My Noble Knight moves up into the second position, and then Hoodlum goes to third as Mr. Muldoon is losing ground and dropping back along the rail around the far turn. And People Force and Shot of Courage both have some work to do. They move up fourth and fifth, respectively, but a good 8 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. Here comes Hoodlum to the outside of My Noble Knight. They both stack up outside of Swaggish. Shot of Courage is in fourth, and Money Run is up to fifth. Still 7 lengths off the lead, though. Hoodlum to the outside takes the lead, but My Noble Knight fights back to the inside, and Shot of Courage is third down toward the rail. Hoodlum to the outside. My Noble Knight between horses. Shot of Courage is coming up the inside, but still third. A 16th to go. A late run from Huge Bigley to fourth. Shot of Courage keeps on moving up the inside. Shot of Courage, 27-1. Keith James Asmussen aboard.
Shot of Courage springing a massive upset here in race number 5 at 27-1. Goes down to the inside of the favorite, who's in a heated battle right now with the number 9 horse Hoodlum, and sneaking up on the inside against the competitors, able to pull this one off for Steve Asmussen and Keith James, who having himself a day and a week here at Keeneland Racecourse, and gets the victory here over the number 4 horse, who was the post-time favorite. 6-4-9-11 unofficial in race number 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. The 6 Shot of Courage finished first. 4 My Noble Knight was second. The 9 Hoodlum third. The 11 Huge Bigley fourth. 6-4-9-11 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, number 6, Shot of Courage, owned and trained by Steve Asmussen, a riding double today for Keith James Asmussen. Shot of Courage, a 4-year-old gelded son of Hard Spun out of Tequila Sunrise by Lemon Drop Kid, bred in Kentucky by Bruce Chandler and Chris Chandler. 1 1/8 over the main track, listed sloppy, 1 minute 53.22 seconds. Fifth race results official, 6-4-9-11, the official results. Brief reminder that race 6 coming up is off the turf. It will go 5.5 furlongs on the main track, listed sloppy. We direct your attention trackside for a special Heroes Day presentation. Keeneland extends a warm welcome to all active and veteran members of the military, first responders, and healthcare workers, along with their families who are joining us today. In tribute of this special day, Keeneland is pleased to have members of the Henry Clay High School JROTC for a presentation of the American flag.
Steve, why don't you go ahead?
Keeneland welcomes Dr. Everett McCorvey to lead us in the singing of God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night night with a light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, land that I stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Keeneland, sixth race upcoming. Race 6 off the turf, 5.5 furlongs, main track listed. Sloppy. Double pick 3 started the late pick 4. Scratch the 1, Dancing Magic. Scratch number 3, Hideki. Also scratch the 5, Princess Bettina. Scratch the 7, Dala. Also scratch the 8, Cabernet. And scratch the 10, Stormy Paradise. A reminder, number 13, Sweet Coffee, draws into the race the jockey John Velasquez. 13, Sweet Coffee, the jockey John Velasquez. Early pick 5 today pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. A reminder that the 8th race feature does remain on the turf, yielding rail at 20 feet. That all applies to race 8.
Welcome back to the paddock here at Keeneland Racecourse. We just had back-to-back upsets. A pick 5 that just paid $356,000. A pick 4 which just paid over $14,000. Two big prices to start the pick 6. And now we start the late pick 4 where over $101,000 is already bet into that pool. This is a race off the turf to the main track at 5.5 furlongs. And the number 4 horse, Don't Say It, for Brad Cox, is my top play in here. 6-1 right now on the board for this daughter of Jimmy Creed, who always seems to run a good race. She's run well in the slop. She's run well on the turf course. She's adapted to various pace scenarios that's been thrown at her, but a very consistent filly who comes in off the 8-month layoff. So going to rely on her consistency and her form on all surfaces and distances like this at 5.5 furlongs on and off track, like we saw from her at Churchill Downs. So good price, 6-1 on the board right now. Ferrant Giroux riding for Brad Cox, coming in off the 8-month layoff. We move to the number 12 horse, who is the current favorite at 5-2, Nikki Nine Doors. You can't knock anything about this filly. She shows up every single time. She's run a dozen times. She's got 2 victories. She's a stakes winner. She's made it close to $250,000, and she's run well on an off-turf event just 2 starts ago. The last time that she encountered this scenario was at Ellis Park. She was forward that afternoon and was beaten just ahead. It's been a little bit of time since she's won a race. You have to go back to her P-Patch Stakes victory of July of last year. But Nikki Nine Doors for the Chicago connections of Ridiculous, Gasmanian Stables, and Chris Davis have a strong hand to play, as they always do when they bring this Cairo Prince filly over to the races at any of the tracks that she has showed up at. And then finally, the number 6 horse, Big Trouble for Greg Foley, another one that just won an off-the-turf event in her most recent start in September at Churchill Downs, and another one that just always seems to bring a good race. This is a very competitive group of fillies that are getting set to run 5.5 furlongs on the sloppy main track. I go 4, 12, and 6 in this 6th event, as they've called for riders up. We're less than 10 minutes away from post time.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Hidden Brook, and allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. Race comes off the turf, goes 5.5 furlongs over the main track listed sloppy. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 1, Dancing Magic. Scratch number 3, Hideki. Also scratch the 5, Princess Bettina. Scratch the 7, Dala. Scratch the 8, Cabernet. And scratch number 10, Stormy Paradise. 13 draws into the race. 13, Sweet Coffee, draws in the jockey John Velasquez. A reminder to late pick 4 players, the 8th race feature, the Root and Riddle Dowager, stays on the turf. The turf is listed yielding for that 8th race, and the rail is at 20 feet, contrary to the program. Post time at 6 minutes for this upcoming main track 6th race. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Hidden Brook, at 5.5 furlongs on the main track, start of the late pick 4. Moving into the line, race 6. Here's Into Champagne walking up. Don't Say It comes forward. Now Big Trouble. Pretty Layla, then 3 more to load. Here's Velvet Devil. Last 2 coming forward, Nikki Nine Doors. Sweet Coffee, the last one. Walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. There goes Velvet Devil for the lead. And Sweet Coffee has early speed as well. These 2 come right to the front. Into Champagne comes away, running in 3rd. Don't Say It is out running in 4th. Nikki Nine Doors 5th on the outside. Pretty Layla goes 6th toward the outside as they head on to the far turn. Big Trouble, last of the 7, moves up 1 spot toward the rail, 5 lengths off the lead. Sweet Coffee has the lead outward from the rail by just a neck. Velvet Devil there in 2nd. Into Champagne is 3rd, in between horses around the far turn. Nikki Nine Doors 4th up on the outside, 4 lengths off the lead. Gap of 3 more lengths back to Don't Say It. Big Trouble. Pretty Layla is last. Sweet Coffee leads, and Velvet Devil still there pressuring from the inside. A quarter mile to go. Into Champagne is in behind that pair. Starts to move toward the outside from 3rd. Nikki Nine Doors is in 4th. Don't Say It, grandstand side, is in 5th. Sweet Coffee head in front. Velvet Devil fighting onto the inside. Into the final furlong. Then a gap of 5 more lengths into Champagne, followed by Don't Say It. Velvet Devil fights on at the 16th pole. Has a neck in front from Sweet Coffee. Sweet Coffee tries again. Velvet Devil inside has the lead. Velvet Devil, Sweet Coffee. What a battle down to the wire. Velvet Devil by a neck over Sweet Coffee.
These 2 fillies cruising out on the front end in a very fast pace in this race, as you would expect, going 5.5 furlongs. But you've got to give a lot of credit to Velvet Devil hanging in there, very tight room to work with, very tight down on the inside, but she never backed down, just stays steady under Axel Concepcion. He just flags her a couple of times with the stick, actually never goes to it, and she's going to pull this one off by about a head as she wins as the favorite for Michael Tomlinson, a daughter of Cantheros. That's back-to-back wins for this 3-year-old filly.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. The 11 Velvet Devil finished first. 13, Sweet Coffee was second. Number 4, Don't Say It was third. And number 6, Big Trouble, fourth. 11, 13, 4, 6, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, number 11, Velvet Devil, takes the Hidden Brook. Owned by Blackout Racing of Kyle McGinty, Patricia's Hope LLC of Vince Folia, trained by Michael Tomlinson, the jockey Axel Concepcion. Velvet Devil, 3-year-old filly by Canthero, set up Tiz Legal by Tisnell, bred in Kentucky by Woods Edge Farm LLC. The Keeneland September graduate gets the 5.5 furlongs over the main track listed Sloppy in 1 minute 4.94 seconds. Sixth race results official, 11, 13, 4, 6, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Hidden Brook Trophy presentation to the connections of Velvet Devil. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Main track is listed Sloppy. Scratch number 8, Energized. Number 8, Energized, scratched. The jockey for the 7, racing driver Axel Concepcion. A reminder looking ahead to the 8th race feature, the Root and Riddle Dowager. That is the race that remains on the turf today. The turf is yielding at the rail, contrary to the program, at 20 feet for that 8th race.
Race number 7 coming up next here in less than 19 minutes starts the late pick 3 as we take a look at the number 4 horse, who is the second choice currently in the wagering that is only in America for Robert and Luana Lowe, a colt by Constitution out of the Todd Pletcher barn, who ran a huge race up at Saratoga in his most recent start. He'd started off his career back at the end of last year when he was still a 2-year-old in the final days of his 2-year-old year, and he put together a couple of solid efforts, but it all came together for him at Saratoga in breaking his maiden in that 1.5 turn mile setup out there at Saratoga. So looking forward to seeing how this colt does go in a mile and an eighth, because he has serious credentials as far as from a pedigree perspective, obviously connection perspective, a $700,000 yearling purchase back in 2023. But this is a colt that could honestly take some big strides forward and be a major player in stakes competition come next year, I would imagine, for trainer Todd Pletcher. So get 5-2. Good price on this runner, expecting a continued upward trajectory for the son of Constitution. The number 9 horse is the favorite. That is Excite for Claiborne Farm, Adele Dilschneider, a homebred for Claiborne and Adele Dilschneider, a colt by Speightstown, who was recently third as one of the favorites in the St. Louis Derby over at Fairmount Park. And that was going a mile and a 16th. And his 2 races at a mile and an eighth, he does have that experience under his belt, while the number 4 horse only in America does not. So that is the positive for him, unquestionably. And he did break his maiden at this 9 furlong distance at Churchill Downs, then was second in a allowance race at Churchill Downs, following up that performance with that run in the St. Louis Derby. So he is a little bit more experienced, especially against this type of competition that he's running against today. And experience, as we say, goes a long way in these scenarios. And then the number 3 horse at 7-1, my third selection for John Ortiz, Fountain Lake, is this colt's name. He's the son of Improbable, who does have a victory on an off track, and that came at Churchill going a mile and a 16th. Now he's run a mile and an eighth in 3 consecutive races, and his last race was very good. You look at that run in the Super Derby, that was at a mile and an eighth down at Louisiana Downs, one of his best efforts. So that is another situation where, much like the 9, his race experience against this level of competition is a huge positive. And at 6-1, that's a good price for a potential across-the-board bet, whatever the approach would be for you. If you're looking for a little bit of value, you just click down to 5-1. So I go 4, 9, and 3 in race number 7 as the final adjustments are being made to the tack on a couple of these runners. We'll wait for the riders up call before they head over for the post parade and get race number 7 underway in 16 minutes. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Blackwood Allowance, 3-year-olds and up at 1 1/8 over the sloppy main track. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch number 8, energize number 8 is scratched. Jockey for the 7, racing driver Axel Concepcion. A reminder, the 8th race feature does stay on the turf, yielding rail 20 feet. Right now it's race 7 onto the track, 8 minutes to post.
Here's a look at New Magic, stunning son of Curlin out of that More Than Ready First Dam Magic Dance. This is a 3 Chimneys product, a homebred for 3 Chimneys. And on the Clocker Report this morning, as they tagged his workout on the 11th of October in 48-3 as a good one with Aeolian, who we saw run well yesterday. But he is a physical specimen, this son of Curlin. Got in all kinds of trouble in his second career start, which was back in August, and that was after he broke his maiden up at Monmouth Park. So we'll see how he fares here today on the off-going. That is the 1-horse New Magic, currently sitting at 9-1. The number 6 horse is Run Quiet, Run Fast for Calumet Farm. This is a son of Gunrunner from that Candy Ride sire line. Gunrunner, top stallion, who is a son of Candy Ride, so that off-track pedigree for what it's worth, even though this horse did not run well in the off-track at Churchill Downs. We'll see how he gets along here today, going 1 1/8, and we'll see how he performs also at the Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale. He's hip number 4141, Run Quiet, Run Fast. And then we'll move over to the number 2 horse, Sun Thunder. This is a runner for trainer Kenny McPeak, a son of Into Mischief out of a Medaglia d'Oro First Dam. He's a horse that tends to lay back and make a run. We'll see how he fares here this afternoon as he looks to add to his nearly $400,000 in career earnings. And we'll also see him at the Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale as hip number 4162. Race number 7 coming up in less than 5 minutes. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Blackwood. Moving into line race 7. Here's New Magic coming forward. Also Pagode. Sun Thunder. With Fountain Lake. Run Quiet, Run Fast approaches the gate. And also Only in America. Racing Driver walks up. Excite will be the last one. Goes in at the post. And they're off. There goes Excite. Excite from the far outside starts to clear all of that inside traffic, goes right out for the early lead. Fountain Lake, Sun Thunder, and then New Magic down toward the inside. Excite gets to the front at the entry into the first turn, starts to move down closer to the rail. Excite with the lead. Sun Thunder will go second. Fountain Lake is third, a lane off the rail around the first turn. Only in America, 3 wide in fourth, just over 2 lengths off the early leader. Then a gap of 2 more lengths back to Pagode in fifth. New Magic is in sixth. Racing Driver outward from the rail around the turn in seventh, and Run Quiet, Run Fast is last toward the inside, 7 lengths off the lead. Excite got the opening quarter, 23.68 seconds. Excite the leader by 2 lengths. Fountain Lake goes second by a head up the backstretch. Sun Thunder is third toward the inside, and then Only in America fourth, nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Pagode is behind that one in the fifth position, followed by New Magic. Racing Driver to the outside. Run Quiet, Run Fast back toward the inside. First half mile in 47.06 seconds. Excite guides the field into the far turn. Excite leads it by 2.5 lengths. Fountain Lake to the outside is second by just a half length. It is followed by Sun Thunder in third. Gap of 3 more lengths to Pagode, who races in the fourth position. They move off the far turn. Excite still has the lead by 3.5. Fountain Lake is giving chase from second. Pagode moves up third around the outside of Sun Thunder. They come for the top of the stretch. Fountain Lake trying to reel in Excite. Still some 3.5 lengths between them. Pagode in third. Only in America near the back of the pack. Went wide off the far turn. 12 lengths off the lead. Coming into the final furlong, Excite. A 5-length advantage. Then Fountain Lake. Then Pagode on the outside. Excite comes by the 16th pole. Leads it by 6. Back to Pagode in second. Fountain Lake is in third. It is Excite with Iran Ortiz Jr. aboard to win it. Pagode home second. Fountain Lake third. Only in America got fourth.
That aggressive move out of the starting gate, putting this horse in prime position out on the front end. Excite, a very impressive performance here today from start to finish, scoring at odds of 2-1. He cleared from that outside draw, got down to the inside, and was able to keep on going. Good run from the number 5 horse, Pagode, who was rallying from off the pace for Paulo Lobo. That son of Constitution is going to complete the exacta. Then it's back to the 3, Fountain Lake in third, and the 4 at 5-2. Only in America rounds out the superfecta. But nobody catching Excite here today at 1 1/8 in race number 7.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 9, Excite, was first. Number 5, Pagode, was second. Number 3, Fountain Lake, third. Number 4, Only in America, fourth. 9-5-3-4 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Blackwood, number 9, Excite, owned by the Claiborne Farm of Seth Hancock, owned also by Adele Dilschneider, the trainer Bill Mott, and the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Excite, a 3-year-old son of Speightstown, out of Elate by Medaglia d'Oro, bred in Kentucky by Claiborne Farm and Adele Dilschneider. 1 1/8 over the sloppy main track, 1 minute 51.29 seconds, and the results are official. 9-5-3-4, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Blackwood Trophy presentation to the connections of Excite. Keeneland's 8th and featured race upcoming, 34th running of the Rood and Riddle Dowager, Grade 3. The turf is listed yielding, but contrary to the program, the rail at 20 feet. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. There are no scratches, no jockey changes in the 8th race feature.
Race 8 is the featured event on the afternoon. The Grade 3 Root and Riddle Dowager Stakes will be run on the yielding turf course, rail set at 20 feet for this turf event at 1.5 miles. And right now, taking a look at the wagering, Spanish Eyes is the current favorite at odds of 5-2. That's the number 2 horse, one of 3 for trainer Brendan Walsh. She's my second selection. I went to Brendan's filly, who's drawn to the outside, the mare Bless My Stars, who's 5-1 on the board. Right now, as it stands, she's a 5-time winner from 18 career starts. Those wins coming in her home country of South Africa, and she was the 2023 champion filly in South Africa with that campaign that is on the page. You can see a few of those races from 2023 where she was running in some of the best races that South African racing has to offer, including finishing third in the Grade 1 Durban July Cup at Grayville. Her 2 races here in the United States have come at shorter distances of 1 mile and 1 1/16, and she was beaten in both of those races by Be Your Best, who had a really good start to the year, not only the start to the year, but end to the last year, running and winning the Swanee River, as well as the Pegasus World Cup Filly and Mare Turf Invitational, and then would go on and win the Grade 1 Gamely. That's the filly that beat this mare in her 2 starts. But regardless of that, those runs were good. But I think that the added distance is really going to be a benefit to Bless My Stars. So that's the direction I go in. Johnny Velasquez looking for his 7th stakes win this meet here at Keeneland, having a heck of a run during this fall meeting. The number 2 horse, Spanish Eyes, for Brendan Walsh, the German-bred filly. She's by Zarak out of an Irish-bred mare, and this is a mare that has run good races at these longer distances. She put together a good run in the Grade 2 Beverly D back at Colonial in August. Most recently, tried her at Kentucky Downs, not nearly as effective, but you get a look prior to that run at Kentucky Downs. 3 consecutive good races. Definitely a strong player in here with that German pedigree for this 1.5 mile trip. And then finally, the number 6 horse, that is going to be Vivu for trainer Joe Sharp. She's run well going 1.5 miles here at Keeneland in the past. You go back to April, she nearly got there. It was a nose bob in the end in that defeat, but she's won a couple of races since then at Churchill and Saratoga. She didn't run bad at Kentucky Downs. Part of the pace, and just speaking to trainer Joe Sharp, says that hopes that she's got a little target, or got more of a target out in front of her here this afternoon. So she's 4-1 on the board right now, one of 2 in which Joe Sharp sends forward here, including Miwa, the number 8 horse, the daughter of Sayuni for Rapoli Stable, who is currently sitting at 5-1. Very competitive group of fillies and mares getting set to run on the yielding testing ground here today in this Grade 3 Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes. Good luck.
Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Award today for the Rood and Riddle Dowager. Representatives from Rood and Riddle have judged the horses in the paddock and will be presenting the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out racehorse with a cash award. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and featured race. 34th running of the Root and Riddle Dowager Stakes Grade 3. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. 1.5 miles over the turf, listed yielding the rail at 20 feet today. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No scratches, no jockey changes. Post time at 7 minutes. Parading to the post, number 1, Boss Lady Bailey, owned by Hootie's Racing LLC of Mark Moore, trained by Mike Maker, jockey Luis Saez. 2, Spanish Eyes, owned by Qatar Racing LLC of Sheikh Fahad Al Thani, owned also by Michaela Faust, the trainer Brendan Walsh, the jockey Tyler Gaffleone. 3, Venencia, owned by Bradley Thoroughbreds of Pete Bradley, Laura Lee Stable of Butch Lunsford, owned also by Jim Cohn, Belmar Racing and Breeding LLC of Vito Cucci, Team Handley of Jay Handley, Cameron Equine LLC, Anna and Tim Cameron, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Ben Curtis. 4, Duvet Day, owned by Jane Bacharach, William DeBerg, and Richard Schatz, trained by Michael McCarthy, the jockey Axel Concepcion. 5, Adrastea, Fergus Bogle, the owner-trainer, Jaime Torres, the jockey. 6, Vive Veuve, owned by Carl R. Moore Management LLC of Carl R. Moore, trained by Joe Sharp, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 7, Cupid's Crush, owned by Extreme Racing Stables LLC of Vicky McGowan, trained by Hugh Robertson, Nick Juarez to ride. 8, Miwa, owned by Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli, trained by Joe Sharp, the jockey Jose Ortiz. And 9, Bless My Stars, owned by Team Valor International of Barry Irwin, owned also by Gary Barber, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey John Velasquez. Post time in 5 minutes. The winner of the Root and Riddle Dowager Best Turned Out Award, Ronnie Rodriguez, the groom for number 2, Spanish Eyes. Ronnie, congratulations.
Here's a look at Cupid's Crush for Extreme Racing Stables, a mare by Cupid who's done a lot of good through the years of winning 11 starts from 23 attempts and making nearly $500,000. Caught the eyes of the clockers in the Clocker Report with her workout on the 6th of October. She could be a pace factor in this race, and if she gets cruising out on the front end and gets comfortable, she could be a danger in here under Nick Juarez. The number 1 horse, Boss Lady, is a runner out of the Mike Maker barn. This one, a daughter of Connect, who is a winner this year. She was able to win going 1.5 miles here at Keeneland. It's Mike Maker in his sweet spot in these longer distance races on turf. We'll see her coming up at the Keeneland November breeding stock sale as hip number 322. She's currently sitting at 13-1. The 3, Valencia, 1 of 3 for trainer Brendan Walsh. A 5-year-old mare who's got 2 victories from 13 lifetime tries coming down from Woodbine as far as her recent races, but been training here in Kentucky up at Turfway on the synthetic, where we see Brendan Walsh work his turf horses, it seems, on a frequent basis. And she, too, also entered in the Keeneland November sale as hip number 648. The 5-year-old daughter of Recoletos out of a Lemon Drop Kid mare. And then finally, the number 4 horse, Duvet Day, for trainer Michael McCarthy, a horse that will lay back and make a run at him. Another one that is entered in the Keeneland November sale, Book 1, hip number 69. a mare that's made over $500,000 during her racing career and a Grade 3 winner of the Cardinal Stakes just last year. Good luck in our featured event. Again, yielding going here for the Grade 3 Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 34th running of the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes, Grade 3. Moving into line race 8. Boss Lady Bailey comes forward. Spanish Eyes. Adrastea. Fidencia and Vive Veuve come forward, along with Cupid's Crush. Duvet Day, Miwa, Bless My Stars, the last one walking up. Goes in there at the post. And they're off in the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes. There goes Cupid's Crush along with V Vuv. These two come to the front in the opening strides. Miwa going to move up wide along with Bless My Stars. Bless My Stars now moves up from fourth to third to second. In the meantime, Cupid's Crush has gotten clear with the lead, gets over to the rail as they move on to that far turn and will save some ground by getting down to the inside. Leads at a length and a half. Bless My Stars a lane off the rail and second by just a neck. Venencia will go third. Then a gap of 3 more lengths. V Vuv gets to the inside and fourth, 3/4 of a length. Miwa fifth up on the outside. And then Boss Lady Bailey comes next, followed by Duvet Day to the outside, and then Spanish Eyes to the inside, and Address Day a last opening quarter, 25.92 seconds over the yielding turf. Just over a circuit to go here. Cupid's Crush leads it by a length. Bless My Stars is second. Miwa toward the far outside, tossing her head about. V Vuv going to try to move down to the inside right behind Venencia, who comes forward now to challenge Cupid's Crush for the lead with Bless My Stars in between that pair with 1 lap to go in the Rude and Riddle Dowager. First half mile in 52.49 seconds. Cupid's Crush and Venencia, they go 1-2. They're separated by a half length. Moving on to the second of 3 turns. Then a gap of 2. Bless My Stars gets down to the inside, saves some ground on this turn, and third, a gap of 5. Miwa outward from the rail in 4th position. V Vuv is now in 5th. Boss Lady Bailey 6th. Duvet Day is in 7th. Spanish Eyes is 8th. And Address Day a last of the 9 as they head on to the backstretch once again. And Cupid's Crush the leader. Cupid's Crush on top by 2 lengths. Venencia still second, a length and a half. And then Bless My Stars in third. Still 5 more lengths back to Miwa in 4th position. V Vuv is 5th to her inside, starting to inch forward against the rail, but is still a good 8 lengths off the lead. A gap of 2 more back to Boss Lady Bailey, and then Spanish Eyes, followed by Duvet Day. Address Day a last. They move on to the far turn for the final time, and here's Venencia trying to get alongside of Cupid's Crush, who's to the inside with the lead by a head. Venencia there second by 2.5. Bless My Stars is in third. Then a gap of 4 more lengths. Miwa still 4th. V Vuv is in 5th and still 8 lengths from the front as they come toward the quarter pole. Venencia from the outside has the lead now. Cupid's Crush is second. Bless My Stars swings to the outside. Miwa will have to go to the center of the course in the 4th position, and then Spanish Eyes is in 5th. Here's Miwa to the far outside. V Vuv is going to dive to the inside. Venencia still there fighting on with Bless My Stars. Venencia, Bless My Stars. V Vuv is in third. Final furlong, Rude and Riddle Dowager. Venencia to the inside. Bless My Stars on the outside. 4 more lengths then back to the rest. V Vuv is third. Venencia resilient in the stretch. Venencia, Ben Curtis aboard to win the Rude and Riddle Dowager. Bless My Stars was home second. V Vuv got third.
Venencia getting a big catalog update for the November sale as she'll be hip number 648 here at Keeneland November, and a great approach by Ben Curtis. He went forward first time down the stretch here in this 1.5 mile test, got himself right off the pace, which was set by Cupid's Crush, and she was able to get the jump on the number 9 horse who ran a big race here, Bless My Stars, but no catching Venencia at odds of 7-1, an important Grade 3 victory today here in the Rude and Riddle Dowager Stakes.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 8th race. Number 3, Venencia first. Number 9, Bless My Stars was second. Number 6, V Vuv was third. And number 2, Spanish Eyes fourth. 3962 unofficial. Eighth race results official, 3-9-6-2, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 34th running of the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes Grade 3, number 3, Venencia. Owned by Bradley Thoroughbreds of Pete Bradley, Laura Lee Stable of Butch Lunsford, owned by Jim Cohn, also by Belmar Racing and Breeding LLC of Vito Cucci, Team Handley of Jay Handley, Cambrin Equine LLC, Anna and Tim Cambrin, the trainer Brendan Walsh, the jockey Ben Curtis. Venencia, 5-year-old daughter of Recoletos, out of Sign of Life by Lemon Drop Kid, the winner bred in France by Patricia, Inez, and Fernando Lafon Lamba. The time for the mile and a half over the turf listed yielding 2 minutes 35.69 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the featured Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes. Doctors Debbie and Scott Pierce, Rood and Riddle shareholders, present to the connections of Venencia.
Venencia picking up a Grade 3 victory in the Rood and Riddle Dowager for Pete Bradley, Ben Curtis, and Brendan Walsh. And Ben, you made that move down the stretch the first time to get her into the race. Was that key here today, given the conditions?
Yeah, I think so. I think Brendan alluded before the race in an interview that stamina, she had plenty of stamina, and that wasn't going to be an issue today. And I found myself in a nice spot, but we were going very steady. And I was keen to make it more of a test. And as I said, we had stamina. Best thing was to test everyone else's. And I pushed forward. And once I got around the first turn, she relaxed on me again. I could ride my race from there and kick on nice and early. To be fair, Johnny came and headed me. His horse picked up well, but mine grounded out and came back in the last eighth and did it well.
Well done, Ben.
Thank you very much.
Brendan, getting her ready for this test here today in the short amount of time that you had her, what was the key?
She was working nice, Scott. You know, since she came to us, she's been working along nice. We didn't do anything fancy at all, just kept it simple. And it was a question of whether she'd stay or not. And of course, liked the ground. And it was all positives with her, so she got the job done. It's great.
Well done on the 1-2 finish here in the Root and Riddle Dowager Stakes.
Thank you very much, Scott.
And Peter, she's had quite a campaign. She's moved around a lot. She comes here. She gets the grade 3. How important is this to you and your ownership team?
Well, you know, it really moves up her value coming into the November sale. She's going to be a star on the day. She's a beautiful filly. She's got race left. And it's what you try and make happen.
And you left your voice out there on the racetrack, it sounds like, as well.
Yeah, I must have.
Congratulations on the big win and the big update.
Thank you.
Venencia, a grade 3 winner, and she's hip number 648 coming up at Keeneland November.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's ninth and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Back to the main track we go, which is listed sloppy. A reminder, the jockey for the 4 Ilios, Christian Torres. 4 Ilios, Christian Torres, the jockey. Take out the 13 and 14. The also eligibles did not draw into the race. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's ninth and final race, the Lantern Hill. Maiden special weight, 2-year-old, 6 furlongs over the main track listed sloppy. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. A reminder, the jockey for the 4, Ilios, will be Christian Torres. Take out the 13 and 14. The also eligibles did not draw into the race. Post time 6 minutes.
Just 4 minutes away from the nightcap. Don't forget about the $1 Toyota Super High 5 wager available here in the ninth and final. And we're looking at the 5-horse Trouble Calling for Donnemeyer Farm, a colt by Dialed In, who was third on debut over at Churchill Downs behind Spun DMC, who we'll see in the Bowman Mill on Saturday of the closing day card here at Keeneland Racecourse. Greg Foley was just talking about how impressive he is and from a physical perspective, and he really is. He called him a dude, and if you saw him up close and personal, you would say the exact same thing and see the exact same thing. He also reminded me that this horse got loose before his debut effort in the chute over at Churchill Downs for a little bit, which certainly would be unsettling, and he still went on to run and finish third. So he's being very relaxed here at this point as we're just 3 minutes away, and they're picking up the pace. It looks to move towards perhaps the starting gate here, but Trouble Calling at 5-2. Big hand to play here in the ninth and final. Good price at 5-2. There's the number 9 horse. That is Archimedes for Jane Gellner. Good second at Kentucky Downs. Debuted at Evangeline. Really took a big step forward in that second career start. Now, whether it was turf or just race experience, we'll find out here. But a colt by Caravaggio that I give a big look to in this race, given his really big move forward at Kentucky Downs after debuting down in Louisiana at Evangeline Downs. And then finally, we'll go to the number 1 horse. That is our money man for Brett Calhoun, another one that's put together a good run. That was a second place finish on debut, inside draw. Going to have to be speedy from that inside post, but he's warming up nicely in these brisk, windy conditions here at Keeneland Racecourse. Just 2 minutes away from the ninth and final on this Sunday card here at Keeneland. Best of luck.
Thank you.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's ninth and final race, the Lantern Hill. Moving into line, ninth race. Helios comes forward along with Impractical. Here's Trouble Calling. McFasty comes forward. Task Force O walks up. Something Dangerous, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. Associated was off slowly. There goes McFasty out for the lead. Lay Down the Law has a head in front now, though. And then coming soon between that pair comes away running in third. Our Money Man is fourth down toward the inside. And then comes Mom Spaghetti in fifth position as they go to the far turn. Archimedes is sixth. Impractical is a wide seventh. Trouble Calling moves up one spot from eighth in between horses. Something Dangerous was off a step slowly. Now moves up in ninth around the far turn. Ilios in 10th. Task Force O is 11th. Associated 12th and last 21.84 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Lay Down the Law, a two-length lead. McFasty moves up on the outside of Coming Soon. That pair now work as a team to the outside to try to track down Lay Down the Law. Associated swings out to the center of the track. Our Money Man is in behind horses, looks for running room, has to shift lanes toward the outside as they turn for home. McFasty and Associated. Our Money Man is in between that pair. Ilios runs down to the far outside. Trouble Calling is still in fifth. Something Dangerous is sixth. Associated has the lead from McFasty. And then Our Money Man in third. Something Dangerous dives to the inside fourth. Associated, Our Money Man coming late along with Trouble Calling. Here's Our Money Man getting the lead and deep stretch with Trouble Calling running on. Oh, that's tight. Photo for the win in the nightcap.
What a horse race here in the nightcap. The two made this big sweeping move around the turn, Associated, and then he gets himself to the front end. Looks like he's going to be able to kick on and go on with it, but at the one horse, our money man moves out to his outside and he comes running. And then you've got the 5 who was back, closing fastest of all and makes it ultra close on the wire between himself and the 1. The 1 has the lead right here. The last jump to the 5. We're just slightly behind the wire here for the photo finish and the finish line here at Keeneland Racecourse. Another look at it. Trouble calling. Does he get there to our money man? Could we have a dead heat? This is a very, very tight finish, and one of the tightest we've seen here this meet. Another look at it as our money man has his nose in front, but does he have it on the wire? It is impossible to call here in the nightcap. What a finish to finish out the card here at Keeneland.
Unofficial result of Keeneland's 9th race. Number 1, Our Money Man, finished first. Number 5, Trouble Calling, was second. Number 2, Associated, third. Number 6, McFasty, was fourth. Number 12, Something Dangerous, fifth. 152-612, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 9th race, the official winner of the Lantern Hill, number 1, Our Money Man, owned by the Allied Racing Stable LLC of Chester Thomas, trained by Brett Calhoun, Axel Concepcion, the jockey. Our Money Man, a 2-year-old son of Mr. Money, out of Lipstick Junkie by Flatter, bred in Louisiana by Allied Racing Stable LLC. 6 furlongs over the main track, listed sloppy, 1 minute 12.28 seconds, and the results are official. 2 wins today for Axel Concepcion, and again, the results are official for Keeneland's 9th and final race. Again, 152-612, the official result. The pick 6 pays on 4 of 6. Carryover $24,776. Again, pick 6 pays on 4 of 6 with a $24,000 carryover for Wednesday's card. Late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5, and there will be a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,572 when live racing resumes here Wednesday, 1 p.m. Eastern. In the winner's circle, the Lantern Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of our money man. Simulcasting will remain open for another 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.